Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the Creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The Creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see. that with the new fields, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal, and the soul does not need to be engaged or to escape, to be out on its own, to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality, and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension. We expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century, because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same, till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of man, many of us will change feature, without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, man will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the fields of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in myths. And then we have the soul of the Creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of the knowledge seekers, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
Hello and welcome everyone. Welcome to the 444th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 4th, 2022. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond and I'll be host today for Mr. Mehran Keshe once again. And before we get to Mr. Keshe, I'm going to show some videos here as a tribute to Mr. Keshe's birthday, which was 2 days ago on August 2nd. And we have some videos from the Portuguese community, as well as the Spanish and Italian groups. So let's have a look at those. And as a tribute to Mr. Keshe on his birthday. Okay, we'll start with the Portuguese.
Querido Mr. Keshe, é com muita alegria e amor em nossos corações que estamos aqui reunidos para representar uma nação, um planeta, uma raça. De vários pontos do Brasil, no céu, na terra e no mar, nós lhe desejamos um feliz aniversário. O seu nascimento é um grande marco para toda a humanidade, pois nos proporciona hoje conhecer a grandiosidade que é a tecnologia do plasma. Não temos como expressar toda a nossa gratidão pela transformação que o Senhor vem fazendo na vida de tantos seres. Sua missão é grandiosa. Sentimos que todos os seus objetivos estão sendo alcançados, pois há amorosidade, humildade e honestidade na forma como compartilha todo este conhecimento conosco. A cada ensinamento, nossa alma sente mais e mais o prazer da liberdade de poder alçar voos neste lindo universo. Parabéns, Sr. Keshe! Te amamos muito, buscadores de conhecimento da comunidade brasileira.
Parabéns, Sr. Keshe! Parabéns, Sr. Keshe!
Parabéns, Sr. Keshe.
Parabéns, Mr. Keshe.
Parabéns, Mr. Keshe. Namastê.
Parabéns, Sr. Keshe.
Parabéns, feliz aniversário.
Parabéns, Sr. Keshe.
Parabéns, Mr. Keshe.
Parabéns, Dr. Keshe.
Parabéns, Sr. Keshe.
Parabéns, Sr. Keshe.
Sr. Keshe, feliz aniversário.
Feliz aniversário, Sr. Keshe.
Parabéns, Sr. Keshe.
Parabéns, Sr. Keshe.
Parabéns, Mr. Keshe. Gratidão.
Parabéns, Sr. Keshe. Sr. Keshe, gratidão.
Feliz aniversário.
Muito obrigado por tudo e muitos anos de vida.
Feliz aniversário, Sr. Keshe.
Aniversário, Mr. Keshe.
Next, we have from the Spanish community.
Cumpleaños feliz, te deseamos hoy. Feliz cumpleaños, señor Keshe. Cumpleaños feliz, cumpleaños feliz, te deseamos a ti. Feliz cumpleaños, señor Keshe.
Feliz cumpleaños.
Ok, bravo, muchas felicidades, señor Keshe. Estas son las mañanitas que cantaba el rey. Hoy por el día de Santo te las cantamos aquí. Despierta, señor Keshe, mira que ya amaneció. Ya los pajarillos cantan, la luna ya se metió. Qué linda está la mañana, que vengo a saludarte. Venimos todos con gusto y placer a visitarte. El día en que tú naciste, nacieron todas las flores. Y el día del bautismo, nazaron los ruiseñores. Ya viene amaneciendo, y a la luz el día nos dio. Levántate de mañana, mira que ya amaneció. Muchísimas felicidades, señor Keshe. Que cumpla muchísimos años más.
Felicidades, señor Keshe, que cumpla muchos años más. Y no se olvide nunca de nosotros, los que tanto le queremos.
And finally, the Italian community.
Auguri, Mr. Keshe!
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 Auguri, Mr. Keshe, dal profondo del mio cuore. Salam.
Augurissimi, Mr. Keshe, tantissimi auguri. L'universo la sta aspettando per un anno meraviglioso. The universe is waiting here for a year. Great. Ciao.
Auguri, Mr. Keshe.
Auguri, Mr. Keshe.
Buon compleanno, Mr. Keshe. Happy birthday, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge freely with all humanity. Grazie per condividere il tuo sapere liberamente con tutta l'umanità e to transform the dream into reality and the reality into dream, e fare il sogno realtà e realtà il sogno. We love you, ti amiamo. Grazie Mr. Keshe, grazie.
Okay, there you have it, Mr. Keshe. There's your birthday greetings. Happy birthday to you, a little belatedly, but I wanted to make sure everyone had a chance to share their videos here because there's quite a bit of work that's been put into them. So,
thank you very much.
I think we're ready to begin the main part of the show.
Very much. Thank you for all the effort. Good morning, good day to you as usual, whenever and wherever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation and Spaceship Institute. It feels much longer than 64. It looks like 6,400 years. It's teaching which is going on for years and years, and somehow, somewhere, we managed to break through in some pieces and bits and get some knowledge done and some sharing. And it'll be hopefully better days to come. In a way, today, after the last 2 weeks of the blueprint workshop, with the production of the energy system and the gas system, there's been a lot of questions by the knowledge seekers in respect to these systems and what it is and how it is and what's the difference. Initially, we showed the energy saving system, which is put in the first part of the demonstration by the Iranian team in Tehran. That system is primarily to optimize the use of the energies, and in a way, by doing so, allowing your nation to benefit by it. You look at your own saving, but you got to understand, when we speak about the energy saving unit, which was shown, and a lot of people can, what we call, use it. It's not that you are saving 50% of the real power supply coming into the house. You save 50%. But if a large number of people are connected to this system, you save massive amount of finances for your nation in building power stations, in spending for infrastructure, and everything else. As I said, we always look at what saves, it's what we save in the house with this unit. But the prime position of it is when you build up to even 80%, it means if there are other people using the same system and the technology becomes common, it means instead of building 5 power stations to feed the same group, Now you need one power station. Because you're all producing, and you create a condition that soon the system becomes self-supplied. One power station, 10 billion. One power station, 30 billion. It means the saving for your generation, your future generation. Your children don't have to pay for energy you're using today. That's what we are doing today. When we use energies, especially in countries which are going more and more nuclear, or even the dams, even the power stations, gas power stations, fuel power stations, we're using the power today. We build the power stations today. But the loan on power stations are paid over 30 to 50 years. We enjoy the time. We burden our children and grandchildren with our pleasures of today. This is what the power generation today means. It doesn't come out of nowhere. Even when you buy solar systems, you borrow and you put, and then it's just for the time when it's short term. Long-term power generation, which most of us depend on, is the joys of today that our children will pay for our pleasures of today. The fridge, the freezer, the air condition. We pay something for it, but the loans are paid by our children with the interest on the end of it. The worst condition is the nuclear power stations. That our great-grandchildren will still pay for the ice we took from the fridge today. The power enhancement unit, this what we call, what we showed in Tehran, is for you to take less, that future generations don't have to be burdened with. Then we showed the generator in what we call last week, 2 weeks ago on a Thursday teaching. That generator is totally different ball game. A 2 kilowatt generator or a 10 kilowatt generator, which Keshe Foundation has put up for sales to understand what we do with it. If you go on the Keshe Foundation website sales, we especially put this on since yesterday because a lot of people have a battery problem. I'll buy a 2 kilowatt power generator for 10,000, what we call euro. Or if I buy a 10 kilowatt generator for 60,000, okay. I can buy the same power generator in a diesel or a fuel for maybe 2,000 or 3,000, or even 500, maybe 2,000. Yes, you do. Take a 10 kilowatt generator. You buy a generator very cheap. Yes, you can buy it for about 2,000 to 5,000 euro. With the Keshe Foundation generator, this is what you pay and you are responsible for. With the other generators which you have and you can buy, is the story of the same with the power saving unit. This will cost you anything, depending what kind of fuel you use, between 10,000 to 30,000 a year to buy oil for, to burden the society, burden the environment. The same goes here on a full supply. You're running up to 60,000 K every year. Every year you have to pay for this. This is why most of you don't have a generator, because the burden of running it is permanent. And at the same time, all the things which now become fashionable with it comes with it. Global warming, environmental damage, oil production, and everything else. So when we put a 2 kilowatt or 10 kilowatt for what the Keshe Foundation has put up for sale, this is it. You accept responsibility for that period, and that's it. And it lasts maybe 5, 10, 20 years. And if you go for 10 years, you save 100,000. If you go for 10 years on a 60K, you save 200,000 to 300,000. And we still don't know what the speculation on the oil prices will be in the future. Use gas, but we've seen what happened with the Russian gas pipeline. This is why we brought in the power generator. You stand responsible for what you use today. You don't leave any mess behind. There is no burning to leave things behind. We can introduce in the coming time gas generator using the gas production system. But when we've introduced that gas production system, which will be down the road very soon, there will be no environmental damage. But again, it's a conversion to a conversion, where the power generators are conversion of the universal energy into what we call energy reuse. So when it comes to buying a 2 kilowatt Keshe Foundation generator, future cost is 0. You buy 2 kilowatt generator for next 5 years, 10 years. If you can use it for, you're okay about 100,000. Okay. If you go for the 10 kilowatt Keshe Foundation, your cost is 0. When it comes to 10 kilowatt full time, you're talking about 250 to $500,000 expenses in the next 10 years. This is where we come to change. This is where we bring the change. This is where the change sits. Nothing is left for the future generation to pay for. No damage left for future generations to cover and clean up for. We take responsibility for our own. We take responsibility for what we create and we use. This is where the difference comes. And when it comes to present power generation, you buy, what is going to be the next fuel? When is the gas going to run out? When is the fuel going to run out? This is where we come into play, where we come to change fundamentally the totality of the work. If you lived in Africa, if you lived in the countries where you depend on generators on a frequent basis, you know exactly what this means. Filling the tanks, finding the fuel all the time. If it's not going to run out, if the generator is there, is the rest of it going on? All the repairs and everything. Keshe Foundation generator is a solid state. There's no moving part. Then it comes, what's next? Can we use these power generators in our motor vehicles? It's not bound to the house anymore. It's bound to what we can put in our cars. Do we pollute? Do we leave a cleanup for the next generation? This is where now you can see the figures. You can see exactly what it means. New technology, new life, new way of doing things, new way that we don't burden our children with an example. As a nuclear physicist and advocate of the nuclear technology. But in a way, in a hidden way, in these technologies, hidden universal, what we call nuclear science. That's how the energies are produced. And then where it comes, everything else. Now, it's time to bring that change in. It's time to bring this position that we understand. Coming to the gas production units is the same. Gas production units are there made for you to bring the change, to bring the next step, to bring a new dimension in the production of gases. Where while you're using the gases, while you're using the structure of the gases, your soul elevates to a new dimension. You're not using a gas in a matter state, you're using a gas in a plasma state. And what is the ingredient of the methane gas? Energy and connection. Isn't it the way you control your breathing? You find a way to connection. With a matter state gas, you do not have that. It's a matter leap. Isn't the gas production unit way to elevation of the solar? We've seen this. You understand this. As we said, when it comes to the gas production of the CO2, with a manned system, you put the fire out. With plasma technology, you put the fire out, but you elevate the soul of the man. You allow the man to live. It's different, but the same name. It's different as it brings things together. As I said in the teaching last week, you say we produce CO2 as you saw in the machine, CO2 gas. What happened when you add this to a drink? You get what you get on the street. What happened when you put a plasma CO2 in a drink? Isn't every bubble an innovation? We have found shortcuts, but fast shortcuts, to bring mankind, the soul of the man, to the position of the understanding and walking away from conflict. We are not selling what we call gas unit or a CO2 unit. As you're buying, yes, I get a methane gas, I get to see whatever I need for my fuel. But by burning that fuel, put it in the back of the car, put it up the chimney in the house, what do you do? What the planet Earth did not give to the man as an outset to make man a peaceful man, now the system in a bigger structure does. Don't forget, I always said, one single atom can cover the universe. And the introduction of the gas units, the introduction of the systems which we brought you from the beginning of the time, past few months, I told you, these are universal systems. Those of you who come close with working with these units, the enhancement unit for energy, the enhancement fund for what we call gas production, you will feel the change. You will understand the change. You will see the elevation of the matter. Nothing I bring is coincidental or for the sake of just bringing something. The target is peace. The target is to bring peace. And the nations who go for war, we walk away from. Later on today, I'll explain to you why I have broken ties with the Iranian government as of this week. I do not see any need for nuclear proliferation, and the new cycle of what we call fast, what I call death machines to go into operation to produce more pure enriched nuclear material for weapons. This is not the need for a nation. Nation is suffering with hunger and flood. We do not need to make a nuclear bomb. Preferring more to push that one day we use it and we show our power. The power of the knowledge in Iran is beyond nuclear, and Iranian leaders are blind to it or try to be blind to it to show they can, to force others to listen to it. They should show their power by knowledge and not by weapon. It is regretful after 40-odd years of supporting the Iranian governments in every shape or form with scientific work, I walk away from the Iranian government, but not from the Iranian nation. Yesterday, I attended the Iranian embassy, and my points are very clear. Iran does not need to proliferate anymore, and the use of the centrifuge, the new 6 series, is absolutely not in the interest of any nation, not even Iran. We have floods which thousands of people have died in past weeks. We need to help those that are making up and that one day we threaten the state of Israel or America, and we take them because of the power. The amount of the information and knowledge spent on nuclear weapon technology at the moment is unacceptable. And a nation suffers because the few want to prove they are bigger and better. My point is very clear with the Iranian government. You lost one of your leading scientists and the support, but not the Iranian nation. We cannot support a nation or a government which is bent for nuclear weapons, even though we gave so much. As they say, we can produce nuclear bomb as we wish. For what reason? When you have a plasma technology which is more powerful and can bring more credibility, comfort to the nation than that. A nation has to be peaceful. The same goes with the support for the Chinese. Creating war conditions in South China Sea for territorial demand should be stopped. Flood Taiwan with love and care and technology and everything else which they have to add to them, for them to be part of it, not threatened by force. We see the same thing in Russia and Ukraine. We introduce these new technologies to stop war, to stop conflict for resources, not for superiority. Superiority of the nation should be in the knowledge how to serve, not how to kill, how to destroy. I asked repeatedly to the Iranian government officials to take the path of peace and not the conflict. What I call feeding gases, as they say, to Series 6 centrifuge to create more higher level of uranium and plutonium, for them to be a nuclear power to whatever they want to do is not acceptable. Not to me and not to those who are the men of peace, because we know what is the reason behind it. It's regrettable to withdraw the support on the nuclear side for the Iranian government, not on the other side. And this is the paramount for our work. We need a nuclear technology to reach nuclear plasma technology to be able to become men of the universe, not to have power to show that we can kill and do more damage. Wisdom was to negotiate. Wisdom was not to what I call assassinate the problems where we need to support a nation. The technology of the Keshe Foundation will be diverted to another nation for expansion and peace application. And this will be shown very soon to the knowledge seekers. We move to guarantee the work we do, to guarantee the work of peace, and not to be there for the others to use our technology to create more mayhem. Be it China, be it Japan, be it Russia, be it the United States. What I saw this week, Americans being proud of missiling a man on his balcony because he's the head of Al-Qaeda, is ridiculous, is unacceptable. And it becomes more unacceptable. Killing has to stop. The reason for it is very simple. We have shown you the enhancement units for flight. And if we had the collaboration of nations who are in this game of what we call plasma technology, like the United States, like Iran and the others, you don't need to kill. You bring these people, you transform them. You bring them live and you show you understand them, and the elevation of the soul will do the job. There should be no more missiling and bombing one or the other, or trying to get one and be proud of it that we did. Missiling a man on a balcony, the worst man on earth, is the same man. He's still a father. Should be done with a new technology that way we can transmute them. Most of you, some of you have tasted it in the teaching of breakthrough last week. We should not find solution in killing. We should not find solution in destroying. With the new technology, we have to find solutions in transmuting, in bringing in to understand, and maybe we all get elevated by understanding. The whole process of the Keshe Foundation teaching is peace, bringing peace, creating the condition to bring peace, not just by talking it. We are not a Greenpeace walking down the street and paid by the Russians and spent down the road after the what we call the peace talks of the 70s and 80s in the pubs, and God knows what, because somebody paid for us to show we talk. We bring the knowledge, and the energy unit, the gas units, which is brought out, is part of that process. Let me explain to you something very easy. Maybe you understand how I have snookered you all, and you're responsible for it. You have to work with us with it. It's not you may work with us with it. The CO2 gas unit, which now is as part of the gas unit of Keshe Foundation. I'm saying, you dictate, I want methane unit or I want a CO2 unit. You as a human race created enough CO2 and you created mayhem for yourself. We as Keshe Foundation, CO2, doing the same. We elevate the soul of the planet. And the CO2 released brings the elusive, what we call elevation of the man, and the soul of the man, the animal, the cat, the dog, and the rest. If your CO2 could create such a global warming as you are working on, can you imagine you running the CO2 plasma systems as a gas? Conversion of one into the other. Transforming the CO2, absorbing in the systems and returning it back as a food for humanity. What this planet could not give, I have given your system today. Now you understand what is on the table, what in the past 2 weeks has been brought in. You use the fuel to burn, and at the moment when you have the methane gas, then you burn it, you get a CO2 and you get water. The same with the Keshe. But the CO2 you use for burning methane will elevate the soul of the planet. The water you produce will bring the nourishment to the seas and the oceans and the plasmatic condition to bring peaceful condition. We are sending you the CH4 methane gas units. You're happy that you've got a cheap gas. I'm happy that I start changing the man, the animal, the trees and the seas and the oceans back to life. What the planet missed to add, we add as an energy into it. Your man CO2 brought mayhem to you and what you call the global warming. The Keshe Foundation plasma CO2 brings it life. The expansion of the soul. Now you understand. Now you see how easily, when you understand the technology, you can bring the change. You wanted to buy the gas unit if I can use it and benefit by it. You wanted to buy the CO2 if I can make a fizzy drink. Buy the units and let it run outside when you're not using it. And change the condition. You go every Sunday and you throw water of the CO2 to the rivers. Now with this, we change the atmosphere. It's not going to end. It's not going to cost you anything. When you're not using the gases, you let it flow in the air. When you need it, use part of it and again add to it. The condition and the motto of the Keshe Foundation has been on the website. We are here to serve and not to be served. Don't look, I'm going to close the gas because I'm not using it. Leave the gas open and let elevate the soul of the planet. The change, bring the change when the animal doesn't kill. When to the waters, when you're burning, it gets fed into the pipelines and into the rivers and the oceans. Burn as much as you like. There is no end to the energy of the universe. Now you understand what has been put on the table. What the past 2 weeks blueprint, as you looked at it, was to your own benefit. If I get a cheaper energy, if I get something else, now you understand. Is you serving humanity, serving the planet to bring the change and the mayhem which our previous generation ourselves has brought on this planet. Gas pipes from Russia, what does it bring us? More mayhem. Where do we go from here? How do we earn to this knowledge? Which other ways I have to play for you to understand Keshe Foundation is not a game. It's not for your generator, it's not for your, what I call gas units, it's not for when you're sick. The beauty of it is when you use these systems, would you ever get sick again? Or would you need to eat? Because now you're in a plasma condition. When you put a CO2 or a methane gas in the house, you're always afraid of what happens to it. Now, when you burn the methane, you're feeding yourself with the free energies of the gases it produces. The air man breathes is the way he elevates himself and lives on this planet. And the introduction of the enhancement gas units is for that purpose only. You look for the benefit in the pocket. I look for the change in humanity. We gave you the gases. We gave you to the energy. Now we give you to essence of your creation and life. The air you breathe. Because the gases you use is a conversion of what we call the energies of the universe in what your body takes. Leave the doors and windows open all the time when you use this. Let it feed what we call this burden sick planet. What I've done is no different than what I've done in the process of the use of the system in the past 10 years. Look at what we have taught you, even in your diabetic cups, in your diabetic life, in using our systems in one way or another. I gave you the gases to breathe. I gave you the gases to drink, and I gave you the gases to cover the body, to walk away from sickness. Aren't we doing now the same thing? We're giving the gases for the planet to breathe. We gave you the waters, and we gave you the plasma energy units. We fed the surface of the planet with the waters, with the gas energy units connecting to the universal system, feeding the center of the planet. And with the gases, we have covered you. The body of the man is no different than the universal system. It's just to translate how to feed. When you have corona, we tell you to wash yourself, breathe from the cup, and drink from it. You breathe, you release the gases to bring the change of the air. You do the same thing with the waters you throw in the ocean. With the energy units, we create transformation of energy across the planet. Knowledge of Creator is the same. It's how we use it which counts. It's just different body. One is a human body and one is a plant. But the work is the same. This planet breathes there. And that breathing affects its emotion, how it looks after its people. The water creates how it is. We have a beautiful saying in Farsi. We say, drop drops collects, and then one day these drops become an ocean, a sea. And this is what we do. Drop, we poison the system of this planet, with the CO2 and the global warming and all the damages we put into the waters and the rest of it. And now it's time for repair. We paid using the cars, we paid using the electricity to damage the planet. Now we pay to repair it. The system is the same. There is no difference. We had to entice you with a methane gas unit and show it to you, or the CO2 unit, because the Russians have come. And you're not getting enough gas in Europe, and the rest of the economy collapses. We use the opportunity to heal the planet. I was talking to a knowledge seeker in the past few days. I explained and understood straight away by the knowledge seeker. In the Islamic world, you are asked once in your lifetime to pay a visit to Mecca. It's an obligation. What does this do? As a Christian, you pilgrim to Jerusalem. As the Jew, you go to the same place. how many millions of people go to these places every year as a religious obligation. And who gets wealthier? The family of those and the blood of those who stayed and saw how he has grown. But wasn't the purpose to bring the soul of the man to unite? And all these, and not the commercialization. Now, you have to understand what the next cycle is, how the next cycle is set. The cycle this time is for the whole of humanity, and not just a few to benefit from the delivery of the message. This is why in the Keshe Foundation, I've said many times, we don't make temples. You know where to go to pray to accept within yourself, to your soul, and the elevation of it to serve others. The understanding of the purpose of the knowledge, which is important, not how much it serves you, how much you say. Where we sit and how we bring this technology and how we brought the technology is important. Now you understand why we have set out for this technology development. You got to realize this process for the man and the earth applies in the same way and the same level in the universal community. We say we take energy from the cosmos, we take energy from the environment to give you the generators. But this energy comes from somewhere. And it cannot be put back in to the same environment polluted. It has to be in a version that it becomes a life savior. It becomes for the expansion of the use of the universal community. And this is where all our work has been. Maybe financially, the new systems benefit you, but morally, it repairs the damage you have done in the past, your own generation, and the generations before and the ones to come. In the coming months, we'll introduce liquid production in a way very much like the diesel and the petrol we use in the cars. that while even you're using diesel and fuel for your cars, you're changing the planet for good. In the moment when you sit in the back of a car with the exhaust blowing, you smell the CO2 on the engine and the rest of the damage. Very soon, you want to be behind that car because the energy releases elevates the environment, the man and the soul of it. In a way, as I said, the time of refining is over. And then what happens? While you are driving in your little car, happy, using the technology, you're feeding the man on the street, both by the energies and by soul. At the moment, in our fuel tanks, we add additives to make it to run smooth. Using the new technology, we add additives to feed those who get the exhaust. How many of you had a cup with the orange and others? How many of you have been in the environment of enhancement units and you don't eat? Now you understand the implication of the new technology we brought. We use your own cycle of the knowledge to change the position of the humanity. But we cover it under the materials you feel comfortable. We don't need to become allergic to diesel or gasoline. By being near to it, we recover, we elevate our souls and everything else which comes with it. Now you understand the purpose of the blueprint weeks. And all you are interested, why does the light blinks? That was to blink the light of your soul. Maybe you understand. Now, having these gas units, having these energy units is a combination of what? When you have an enhancement power supply, energy 2 kW. When you have a gas unit in a house, which runs, then you added the energy saving, which again saves on this one, which allows you to create a cycle. You're just again looking at that, but what I look for, you create an environment in your house, in your life. Ask yourself very soon, why is the shopping basket getting smaller and smaller? Why the fighting and discussion and aggravation in the house has changed to love and care? Why more birds and animals come to my garden? Why my environment and my neighborhood feels better? Because they're getting the, what we call the byproduct of life. You are happy with the paintings on the wall or additives to your paint. And when you're in the room to benefit with a new system, the whole environment around you has set to change. But the beauty of it is again much, much deeper if you understand it. And that is a simple process. Different enhancement systems, creating different condition of the soul. In different part of this planet will link up because you're using the same source space. And the magnetic field and the plasma condition link up very fast. Now you understand why I pushed for the 3,000 gas units for volunteers to take in how we put it to say 3,000 nuts across this planet will do most of the damage of the CO2 on this planet very rapidly. Now you understand the process. Creation of the dome of the peace comes with every animal to be there. You cannot go and feed every ant. You cannot go and reach every lion to feed the ganses to make him calm or whatever, or to feed him that he doesn't need. This process does. The more gas units we put into the environment, the faster we'll achieve this process. Now, are you worried if I get my generator, that I pay less gas? Or will the time comes that your generator generates the condition that no man kills for anything? And then, one surprise to all of you will come, and I'm sure you'll be shocked by it, is when you create this condition. When you elevate the soul of every man, when we create, in a simple word, the new child of the man, the man of nature. The love of the Creator feeds every creation on this planet, and not just yours. Without you knowing, and in the future generation understand, the most significant part of the whole teaching of the Keshe Foundation in the past 17 years was the past 2 weeks. But the course of humanity, not just for saving himself, but others, will bring change in the new generation of the air our children will breathe will be air of peace. The air and the water they drink will bring them nourishment that they will not kill. The systems we put out is to compensate for what this planet from the beginning fell short. If you have the wealth, buy as many of these units and give it to your enemies. Plant it around the world, then bring the change. I'm waiting for my enhancement unit to receive it, change the course of humanity. The blueprint has actually started today. If you remember in the gas, when we started the Magrav's blueprint day, we showed you how to make the coils, and you were interested how, which turn, right and left turn, that I can save something to show. The blueprint of the past 2 weeks is today. Now we show you how to put it together to bring that change and benefit to humanity. It's time for change, but this time the change comes for us to serving the others, and in the process we might be served. Then you see the difference. Then you see the change. Muhammad made it obligatory to go to Mecca. He makes it obligatory to have a system in the house. So you serve the others, and that becomes your Mecca to serve yourself and the others more. It's your responsibility. And this job does not finish here on earth. You're becoming the passengers of the universe. It's your responsibility wherever you land, or you become the soul of the creation of the new cycle, to make sure your soul is provider of the totality, that no race you create will become burden and a danger to that. Put these around the prisons and put these systems in the hospitals. Very soon, all the words will be empty. They won't break out to create life. They'll be let out because they have elevated understanding process. And they become to serve the humanity. Criminality is not that now you know, you don't do. Criminality is not to do and end up in the prison. It's the responsibility of your knowledge seekers to make sure this process fast and as efficiently as possible is done. While you still benefit by it, by maybe reduction in the fuel or reduction in the electricity bill, but in fact you set up the process of the change of the planet. As I said to a diplomat very recently, the gun policy becomes plasma policy. One kills and one gives life, but it's more efficient. Because nobody suffers. There's no father losing a child, and there's no mother not seeing the child dead, the child waiting for a father to come. Accidents and incidents happen, but doing it deliberately cannot be. And that's the whole purpose of the new systems building. You know, something when we looked at in the whole structure, for you to understand, in this picture, when you breathe air, as I taught before, air passes through the nose and at a point closest to the soul to elevate the soul. That's why we give you the breathing system. Breathing system is primarily for elevation of the soul. And the residue of what is matter state will go to the lung as energy. Now, every one of us breathes that energy all the time. Can you imagine what the next generation of us will be? The elevation of this, elevating the soul of the totality of this planet, will elevate the totality of the universe. As it takes from it, there's more. And now you know why Mithra chose Earth. He has gas. He has water, and he has the elevation of the fields of itself to lock into the universal energy, to pass on, to change, to bring that peace. Mitra did not fall in love with earth just for the beauty of it. She could see the implication of what it can do. A seed which brings the world and the universe to self-sustaining condition and peaceful universe. There is more purpose to the soul than just animal behavior. One day, this teaching of 444 become as the luckiest the Chinese believe in it. It's the luckiest teaching you have ever listened. If you understand it, if you understood what was shown in the past 2 weeks blueprints. In the last 2 weeks blueprints, we showed you how to make the coils. And today we showed you how to connect them to bring that saving and serving of humanity. That's the best gift I could give you for my birthday weekend at the time. I gave you the life of birth of a new cycle of the souls of the earth. Did you understand what I said in the intro you listened to? That the human race will change, and this change will be beyond recognition. Our presidents will not go and shout that we killed the man, we missile him direct. They will be proud to serve the man and elevating all the men. That's not balcony or in the mind, in the oceans as a fish. I hope I brought you home the biggest gift humanity could ever receive. And I hope we did not have to, in a way, bring the knowledge this way to them. But in essence, that's what was needed. You had to see the whole process to believe in it, to do it, and to deliver it. We'll go for a break and come back and answer any questions you have. And there is another point which I will go back to it after the break, which again has to do with a lot of us, and it's going to impact a lot of us as he has done in the past 2 or 3 years. Rick called it the COVID blueprint day. We will speak about it after the break. That you might have found some answers even in this part of that part. Rick, if you could take us to a break and we come back.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And we look forward to the second half of the workshop in a few minutes here. Let me just get up my screens. Okay, this is the 444th Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday, August 4th, 2022. And as we said, we'll take a short break now and be back in a few minutes.
The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a space technology that allows you to work with the fields of the universe. Creating a wide range of plasma field interactions and conditions, it allows the body to process itself from any physical or emotional imbalance. Once this balanced condition is achieved, the soul and emotion of the man can follow to find their balance, elevating the whole of the man. The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, technology of the future through advanced plasma knowledge.
Okay, here we are back again at the 444th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And I think we're ready to begin the second part of the show and open it up to questions. Perhaps Mr. Keshe will have something to say before that. How would you like to begin, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, we have to say something. There's something which is important maybe for us to realize. We see the situation that we are coming back with the whole problems with Corona in a very drastic way. With the winter time there could be. And a new generation of Corona has been observed. We saw this one last year. Now we've seen it for the second time, but in a larger scale. In all the Coronas we watched, we monitored, we wrote the papers about. We always consider different shapes and forms Corona, what it's going to do, and when one of them considered to be there to touch the emotion. We have seen this Corona, the new version, and a number of knowledge seekers have been touched by it. The new version of the Corona, which we have seen, we are observers to it, but we are aware of it. We have had it before, we know how to handle it, is the Corona which touches the emotion. And this Corona is of a higher order strength, as is mutating and can lead and show the signs of the emotional conditions. We have seen reported to us different emotional conditions which, if need be, will cover it on a specific teaching separately as a blueprint. But if you get touched by the new Corona, emotionally feel different. Last time was physical pain and everything else. This time we are getting reports of a very drastic conditions, and some of them lasting long, much longer physically and emotionally, because now the emotion will touch the physicality too. So you please be aware that if we see this continue, the Keshe Foundation will put a special Corona session, as we did 2 years ago, to cover this process. This new Corona needs a totally different approach, but in a way similar to before, where you have to elevate the soul very rapidly. Our people who have been tested positive with this new Corona, they report to us suicide, depression, and all sorts of things they are facing. And the physical pain is much worse than before there, because they had it before. Now we had it in 3 or 4 of the knowledge seekers around the world who have had this new Corona. And it's very drastic. So we set out to do a blueprint for emotional Corona, if we see this expands rapidly. But again, as I said, the emotion of the man is to do with what we breathe, more or less. It can be affected. And we will go into the condition of the creation of the what we call new gas units, which we literally breathe around the house to elevate the soul. And we will go through a process of what we call chrono enhancement breathing units. But we are waiting to see the extent of this new version, but we are not getting involved in it. We just change the environment that creates the condition for this. If you get entangled with this new version of Corona, let us know very rapidly, and we'll see how we can help. It's not that easy. Some of you, we got now 3 people in the Keshe Foundation in different part of the world battling with this in the past couple of weeks, and we try to find what we call a comprehensive solution, as we did with the first cycle of Corona. The first cycle of Corona was a physical. Now it's physical and emotional, but because it touches the emotion, physical part becomes harder. And we'll bring this to you. You're waiting to see if and how extended this thing is. We've seen it in Europe, we've seen it in Asia, we've seen it in the US. But it comes in a different way. And the European version has been horrendous. And we've seen the same in the Asian one. But it could be, is why we are not jumping and panicking, is because if you remember the African swan pig flu, which we got involved in this summer, in the northern hemisphere is always cooler, and African swan, which is a high temperature, what we call higher temperature flu, which is in Africa, is more or less has now appeared in the COVID, which means now we have a very much African swan flu behavior, which is a heat level virus in the northern hemisphere in the summertime, which we are not used to. And the effect of it is drastic. And we are observing. We want to know if any of you knowledge seekers or somebody you know has been touched by it. It's a summer version. We never had a summer flu this way. And this is why we still see continuation of the COVID in the summertime. Because if you were with us in China when we handled the African swan flu, which is a higher temperature, what we call African temperatures virus, which in the north we're used to, viruses mainly in the autumn, winter. Now this virus has mutated like African swan into summer flu condition. That's why the governments, they still see continuation of increase in COVID. And some of these COVIDs, because of the higher energy, now interact with emotions. And we were expecting this, and something was obvious is going to happen if it changes to summer, and we've seen a consistent increase in COVID in the northern hemisphere during the summer, and conversion was imminent, especially in much higher temperature areas like the Middle East, in what we call Browns, Arizona, and that side of the part of the world, where the heat is consistent with the flu coming in. You will see that conversion of summer flus, which is a higher temperature, and we are not used to it as such. And because it's higher, our emotion works at higher order than our physicality, so now affects our emotion. And what we had reports of is We saw this last autumn, and the autumn before. It creates a massive depression. And a lot of with it, psychological things comes with the depression, psychosomatic side. And if this carries on, we might see it converts back into the winter side. And if it goes converting back to the winter time, we have to watch the suicide rates around the world with the people who had COVID, which we were expecting, but not so drastic as we've seen it now. So please be alert. We are not doing anything or explaining anything extra. It's just that you have to elevate the shift of the emotion energy out of the body as rapidly as possible, or increase the emotion level to be in a level that the virus cannot reach it, in a way cannot reach the level of the strength of that can interact with. So now, as I said, even when we're talking about the COVID last year, the year before, in space, these are the viruses that we will encounter. especially when we reach what we call the central galaxies, when we reach new stars. These kind of energy packages is very common at these high energy centers. We see this in the universe with specific areas, and it touches specific races. There are races which never go near a star. They never enter the zone of the high fields of central galaxies, because the spectrum of the energies affects their operation, their lives. So it's not something uncommon. Now we see it, now we know it, but we start seeing what we call emotional COVID appearing around the world in higher rates than what we saw last year, the year before. We saw it for the first time very predominantly in a number of people last autumn, but it disappeared, it just diminished. But this year, now we've seen it in the summertime. And as I said to Rick, we might have to do a COVID blueprint that you understand, but primarily be aware of it. We got people here are novice because we can tell you what happens with them. We prepare them to stay in the background. But some of you in this room, in chat room, are listening, in other channels, already been affected and we've been in touch with you. So be very much aware, and they tell me what is the solution for it. At the moment, we see a solution of new gases to be released, and that it becomes a breathing all the time. You cannot confine yourself to whatever. It becomes the problem with the COVID before. It was somatic, it was to do with the body. Now is somatic and psychosomatic, because now COVID reached that. The possibility of the virus to reach the level of the energy of the soul is very, very rare. It's impossibilities, but still possible. And that we'll see another dimension, but we do not expect it on the human race. The human race always of a structure which has the capability to mutate itself. And when it mutates, we'll see new features of man. But man will survive because of his characteristic multitude of fields which create the soul of the man. Man will evolve in the shape and color and all sorts when we see the soul condition. We saw a couple in a very rare conditions in China, if you remember, but that it's a very rare conditions to see. But the next phase of this autumn winter COVID could touch the emotion. And what only, as I said to one of the knowledge seekers yesterday, was to follow the death rates, suicide death rates. If we see an increase in suicide death rates in the next 12 months, the majority of it will come from emotional code. We try not to call it a COVID gas system, but we try to release a system which can tackle this, because it's a very, very specific. It's very it has to be done in a very specific way, and it has to be done in a way that the body and the mind can handle, to take this extra energy out of the emotion, or emotion which are supposed to reach a level of satisfaction is blocked by being received, and that creates depression. In a way, your soul cannot feed your physicality. Physicality and the lack of it, what we call depression, is very much what I explained the depression before, is that my soul does not want my physicality. That's what is real, what we call depression, can be explained through sense of the creation. When the soul does not support, one does not want to support physicality, but the soul of physicality, what we call the spirit, is there to overcome it. You get what we call depression. When the soul of physicality is, the soul of the man is blocked to reach the soul of physicality, this is what we call it, the point of no existence, and we call it a suicide. But we have to be aware of these things and monitor it. And as we saw last year, a lot of that was put by heart attack and other things, which was the side effects of the corona, and a lot of places were mentioned. Now we'll see a lot of suicide if this takes shape. And we have to watch it. It's a mutation of the standard flu to what we call the same as what we call zombie flu, to some level, which is a slightly different threshold. It's a different combination of fields interaction. Any other question?
Okay, I'll remind our attendees here in the Zoom that they can raise their virtual hands, so we can allow you to open the microphone. There was one question in the YouTube from Spearfront, who I think you might have answered. He said, they asked, how many of these gas units must be sold to change the atmosphere so that it can elevate all the souls of this planet? And why don't we ask the universal community to assist with the elevation of the soul and planet?
The more we get this distributed around the planet, the faster we can achieve. We are making some organizations in the next few days to see how we can do it, whether it's universal community never interferes. This is the law. You never interfere with no race in space. That'll be the same for all of us. Evolution of science, evolution of the race has to come from the race itself. Because we don't know when we interfere, what else we change, which is not part of our understanding. If you've been on the biological field courses, when they take you to rivers or they take you to a field, and you're supposed to analyze what's happening in the fields or what's in the river, whatever, they always tell you, when you pick a stone up, when you pick an animal up, put it back where you got it. You can't interfere with this life. This is the law of the universe. Man has to find a solution to become a permanent solution within the soul, not enforce and change it. Evolution is part of the beauty of the creation. It's not like that everybody has to become a communist, that everybody has equal. Listen, This soul decides, the race decides how much and where they want the elevation to be.
Okay, we have a hand up here with an attendee who most of us know, called Gatua. Gatu, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, thank you very much, Rick. Happy birthday, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Ed.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this revolutionary technology that you have brought to the world and that is bound to bring peace to the whole world. That is to say, we will witness a new world that we have not known, a world without wars. Thank you very much.
We hope.
I'm sure. Okay, now you have often said that your technology cannot even be imagined by man. And I agree. In the recent days and weeks, there has been actually a flood of such technology release. For example, the all-purpose flight simulation mobile experience can now be booked online through the Keshe Foundation website. And in fact, you demonstrated this in Rick's class last week, the plasma reactor group, and which I unfortunately missed. I would have loved to have been part of that. Now I have a question about that. Could you please explain what this technology means, how it works? What is it that you send through the mobile phone to a man in far-flung or rural Kenya, for example, that would make that person holding a small mobile phone to become a traveler of the universe, or to come instantaneously to Linz in Austria and manifest in his or her physicality? This is a question, Mr. Keshe. Please explain in a way that ordinary people could understand. Thank you.
As the, what I call, illegitimate son of the King of Belgium said to us when we met him around this time, some 2005, you write everything so simple that the common man can understand. You have to make it more complicated. That it shows his power, how it is. We explained it in a very simple way that everybody understands. First of all, there is something I have to mention. Since this week, because now the systems has completed the way we wanted to do, we asked for over 100 people to test the first phase. And many of you Italian, Germans, and people around the world, we had a couple of people yesterday from Brazil or the day before. And we have people from all over the world coming to the center, and they're still booking for the test. We announced 2 or 3 days ago, we want now volunteers who want to go through transmutation. You came up to now and you told us, as I said in the other teachings, even on last Sunday, the American teaching, you came to us, I think we will run into a couple of hundred soon maybe. And it was interesting to hear what you saw with the uncle, where you flew or whatever. That was for us to perfect the system the way we wanted it. Some of you came a couple of weeks ago. We started putting you in two different, in the system 1 and system 2, and we moved you along to see which system allows us to have you only fly through the soul. Literally, people who've been with us in the past 2 weeks, we told you, we sat down and explained to you individually what happened, why we put you in the system, why we put you in system 2. The system 1 was connecting the physicality to solar physicality. And we still could see you talking about going to Encore, doing that. When we put you in the system 2, there was no emotion. There was emotion of the feeling of being there, but you couldn't dream. And we covered it with, in 2 or 3 days testing, became very clear that what we need to do, and we managed to produce a system which literally moves the soul. This was the purpose of the last 2 weeks. Now, this is important for us because, as I said in the teachings of the before, it was very simple. I don't know why is this here, but I repeat it again that you all understand. In the first 3 or 4 weeks, we brought you in and we put you in different chairs, and then we put you in the system to see the physicality, the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. And what we did in the system, we tried to expand the dimension of the soul of the man to literally to come out and see how far it comes out. And in the second system, we always heard people talking about this part. They could still see up to there. When we put them in the third system, it became totally the soul part. They could feel the pressure around the body, but the rest of the body didn't matter. In the first part, people, when they sat in the chair number 1, they felt the pressure, the emotion, the physicality pressure. The second one, they felt the pressure being extended to the dimension of existence, which we covered it by to the stomach, the intestines. And the third one was totally concentrated in the center with the soul, which people always talked about. This was like expanding. And what we saw, we literally brought you to this position. And the whole purpose of the first 4 weeks was to come to a position that we can only create, number 3, for the whole body. Then we put you into the 2 systems in the last 2 weeks. This one had the condition of the solar physicality and the soul itself. And in that process, in the other machine, we just went directly for the soul. Those of you in the past 2 weeks came in, mostly you talk about, sing out, call Mary, blah, blah, blah. I went there and I did that. But it was, we kept on asking you, did you touch them? Did you feel them? Or did you sense their behavior? And you converted it. And then in the system which was introduced last week, we wanted to know anything. And you say, nothing happened to me. But I feel the fields. I couldn't dream anything. I'm not interested in your dream. I was interested in the envelope. And in this system, when we put you in the first system, we were interested in if we can create this envelope, but you still have the freedom to dream or to get in touch with something. In the system we develop now, we are not interested in what you dream. I'm interested in what craft I can do to move you. I've got the envelope. This was the whole target of the past weeks, to see how we can create the envelope. And as you've seen, all the chairs are done with. We don't use the chairs. because we had to test the technology. If you can touch the physicality, you can touch soul of physicality and touch the soul. And we got it. And then we had to perfect the system. We eliminated seat number 1 in the second system, which if you came past 3 weeks, to this one. And if you came, we just put you in 1 chair because this system was getting developed. And this system came into operation last week. And we put you in this, we moved you there, or we put you in this and we moved you there. And all the ones coming from this unit, nothing happened. I didn't see anything. Did I do something wrong? You ask them, did you feel the pressure? Did you feel anything? There was something. But when they go to the other unit, first unit, oh, I dreamt about my auntie and now went for a walk on the moon. So it showed us that we have created the elusive field force of the soul of the man. We don't want to know what's in the envelope. We are interested in the envelope because in this envelope is you with your physicality and the soul. And that's all I'm interested in. This is all I was looking for. But as you know, in research, you always have to eliminate everything to what you want. We didn't eliminate, we understood. So those of you who come to LINS, now we invite you very directly. It's on the Keshe Foundation website. We are looking between 30 to 50 people. We have a number of people who already booked to come to LINS. Starting from around week for the 6th, Tuesday or Wednesday, 16th of September. We have a very clear target. The systems now has been set by our team that we want to put you in this system and collect you in this system. In a way, we want to do the transmutation using the envelope we have created. And then we want to know if we can carry your soul, that you feel you're in the second system, or as we hope, we bring your physicality with us. But you can't be sitting in this system number 1. You know, when people come to LINS, we notice they come in the scruffiest condition, with the way it is, or they very dress up very nicely. But what is important to us, we don't want to take you here and pick you up naked in this. Because we move the soul, but the physicality of the clothing might not fit in the transmutation. So the system now have been fitted, and it's just the last bits to it to be done. By the September you'll come, is that we will transfer the soul, the physicality. And the soul of physicality, but of the solid state matter. You could have a stone, as I said, or key in your pocket of the soul of the man, and you could have a plant with you. We can't tell you only people who have no plants, don't want to take any flower to the lover to New York, we can take. Those who have a flower taking for a lover to New York, get a normal jet plane. So we have now adopted the 2 system like this. So we are asking for 30 to 50 people. It's on the website. You have to go and do the transmutation system. And we put a price of €2,000 on it because it's complicated. We won't take more than 5 people a day. And we want you to move from there to there. And the reason we introduced the soul of physicality and the matter state is that if you have a hip replacement, we don't want to leave your hip behind because we haven't foreseen matter state, which is titanium, your hip bone. So we move you all from there. Go on the website. We need this. This is a prelude to be able to transport you on a mobile system across the world. We need 30 to 50 people that we perfect this system, and I'll try to get all bits of you to the other side. Don't worry. Hopefully we get you all in. Those of you who wanted to be part of this process, we need you to register as fast as possible, that we know how to organize our work after the holidays. Keshe Foundation Center goes into what I call hibernation for the next 2 or 3 weeks in a big way till about 22nd, 23rd. And then we open up, but we still do the first phase, not the second phase with a lot of people. But after 16th of September, we go into the flight mode, which means we go for transmutation. And this is very crucial for all of us to do. Very crucial for all of us to complete in a very fast way. We need 30 people because in 30 people from different races, different languages, we gather enough database to be able to apply. Please sign us even today and join this transmutation process. We need it to be able to complete. And then what happens in October, November, we create a condition in our system. And through this, we connect through your mobile phones to you. Once we complete the 30, 50 volunteers in the next couple of months, then we will go to the Austrian government asking for immigration officers to be present in Linz, enhancement unit. That we need your passport, we need your a standard application of what we call visa, that Austrian authorities allow us to bring you into Austria. It won't be a process like we just pick you up. Those we bring through the mobile to Austria, you have to go to most probably normal visa application entry. If you are European, you're not needed because on the documents we receive from you, we know just the immigration officers need to be there to confirm your entry. Again, hopefully if you go correct, the next stage for us is from Austria in the enhancement unit, we send you to Washington or to anywhere else. We have to have all the permissions from the governments to allow the American government to allow you to enter the territory. These are the first things that is done, and then they'll find a solution to do it. Then this process will complete us for what we call transmutation. Sometime by the end of the year, if we get all these things sorted out, or sometime next year or two, then our process is very simple. Linz to mode. And then we collaborate. We always use the fastest way to achieve. And one of our fastest way at the moment on this planet is all of you have a mobile number. The mobile number gives GPS and position, and the energy is needed to transmute you from one place to another. That's why we need your mobile. We have the first link connection magnetic field through the field of the phones. So in a way, we say to our system to create a bubble at this position, and this bubble is already connected to our system in Linz. We just call the bubble back. And this is the process which we will follow. Those of you who were with Rick, we just wanted to test from Linz with the systems we have that You were in many parts of the world. I don't know, 5 or 10 different countries. We wanted to see if we can create simultaneous bubble. In a way, if our system was ready, I could have brought all of you back into Linz on Wednesday week's teaching. We could have brought you in, you meet as a soul. You're aware of each other. We've done that with the husband and wife, so it's not something we don't know what to do. We know exactly what to do with it. And then you will tell your physicalities, what color dress he was wearing or whatever. This is not it's a physical interaction, the way you dream your mom, she was wearing a blue dress. Now you see that in this communication. In next few weeks, I might pop in to Rick's teachings because it's scientific work he does there, and maybe do a couple of tests like this, but we don't announce it. We don't know if you're going to do it, but primarily we use the teaching sessions of Rick for this purpose of the world communication and how we do. And then somebody in this units, we most probably choose in a specific way to bring them. Some of you are sending me your telephone numbers. This is my number, you can beam me up as Scotty. It's not going to happen that way. We have to decide, we have to see at a position where we are, and then randomly test and bring. And then, as I said in October, we have to have the authorities of Austrian government present in the Linz Center, that if you bring anybody in, they can issue the visa and confirm the entry. Otherwise, we become human traffickers, and we become soul traffickers, and we don't want to be involved with it. So please do as fast as you can and register for the transmutation test in Linz, that we can complete our work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. I wholeheartedly welcome your technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those of you who came in the first wave, you are the best candidate for the second wave. Because since you left, your soul is still working, so you have a connection, you have set up a life. We can reach this transmutation much faster. If you can afford it, or you can come back as fast as you can, or register today. You still got a month and a half to go to register and come in for this transmutation. We would like people with implants, but not the heavy ones that we can test at the beginning. We would keep you maybe with a few items in your pocket to see if we manage to transmit you with all your goodies in your pocket. That's why we tested last week the people who came in past last three sessions. We didn't ask you to take them to your pocket because we were preparing for this to be done. Any other question?
Okay, we have another hand up with Stefania here. Go ahead, Stefania.
Happy birthday, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for everything you bring in to humanity. Thank you so much. My question is relating always to the flight system. It's something you said one of the past teaching, but I would like you to go a little bit deeper on that. It's about, you said that the gas and the energy system are still crumble, and the big cake is the flying system. I mean, you explained already now a lot. Can you go more deep in that?
In what?
Why you think the ultimo? You said the flying system are, you know, we still. You only say that, you know, when we think about the crumble of the cakes, but the main focus for you and is the flying system, because it can give much more. So if you can,
we are space technology system. So everything we do is to that end for all needs automatic. If you go to space with the maggrav systems and the reactors, we need to feed you, so we show you how to make water gas or whatever. If you go with a soul, we have to understand the diversity of the souls. But one of the things which will come up, as I said, we have had passengers of universe in our system, and I've seen them. But what about if you want to send these passengers of universe back to their home? Not to send them back. They want to go back. They want to go home. They've been here for thousands of years, maybe more. They were waiting for a technology to appear that they can do so. Now we will see a number of what we call guests of this planet going through our system. I've seen them inside the system, and it's very, I don't pay a blind eye to it. I just know it's there. They have every right as the rest of us. In the process of transmutation to the other positions, we have to understand a lot of things about the position we are sending people to, or beings. And this I was discussing with our development in the past couple of days, that in the future we need to have combination. We cannot just be single line, man to the moon or man to the Mars. As we understand the technology more, we'll bring that condition in. Maybe by sometime next year, 2 years, you can go to different positions in the universe using this technology till you learn and then you do it. People in the universe do not go to the airport or to craft position. They do it through their own soul. If they are still in a matter state, you'll see them in UFOs. When, as I said before, when you see UFOs, you still see creatures a little bit more knowledgeable than man, but not much. There's a difference between a motorbike and a jumbo jet. The gap is not that big. Once you know, we can expand the size of the bike, you can get it to fly, and then you can rocket the same bike. So it's a knowledge. But if you go beyond the knowledge of physicality, you travel to the dimension of the soul. And this is the biggest problem for many of religious leaders, because now they have no control. They cannot deceive. And this is where a lot of you run into problem with the clergy. They're not prepared to let their views go. It's your fault. There's something wrong with your understanding the new knowledge. Not that they have to stop their views. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, I got a question from Italian knowledge seeker. Is it okay if I?
Yes. Yes.
Just a second.
Can I say something? Can I say something to the
please,
knowledge Italia? We have seen this due to what you call the.
Mr. Keshe. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, please
we've
go.
seen. Yeah, we've seen through a lot. I stay in the enhancement unit area, whatever, to mainly to understand the soul and the culture of the soul. The same as goes with, that's why we got the Universal Council for Italian, the German, and others. And amazing enough, you lot, according to what we always said, you proved us that way as well in the test, that you all carry similar soul wave, or what we call strength. Italians are the same, and the Germans are the same. Age groups, we see the young take a different dimension, the old take a different dimension. Even this is very, very interesting how they split. So we would like to have as many Italians who've been through the process back in as fast as possible. We would like the Germans to do same, because many of them came, they've been through the process, resign for transmutation. And most probably we will stop the people for transmutation, what we call the standard booking. We take the tickets off because we want to go for transmutation. So people after the first week, we come back on 22nd, 23rd, and thereon, we only book for transmutation. And we need to do that because we have completed the first cycle. So we would like those who came to Linz, as you were the first test cases, and you had the, or you felt the effect and the emotion and the whole, the things which you felt, to come in to become the, what we call the next generation for transition, because your soul has already been there, you understand, you've been elevated, and we can reach this much faster. People who come for the first time, they come with a lot of anxieties, and then they come back for the second time, so it's totally different. We have one, yes, on Tuesday, we had one guy came last week, he came and says totally it's different, because the first time, we would like the Germans and all the others who came the first time to come back in for a transmutation unit and book straight away. Because I want to put the German and the Italian in the system. I want to put French and the Italians in the system together. And this becomes important for us in a multicultural flight system. So I know many of you, even the Italians, have been for the second time, come in for the third time, come in to become part of the transmutation. We want to see, because you've already been there, it's very easy for us to complete the cycle. And we try in the transmutation, try to record on flight. It's for us to see how the energy moves. It's not for public demonstration. You'll never be released to public. It's just but for us to follow the field. And we have the field detectors. We want to see how the fields move from one to another. So transmutation of the soul will be primary, our work in the first phase, and then the physicality. We have a switch, we can control it. We can let the soul move to the other unit when we are happy with this position, and it's happy with this position, and allows us, we transfer the physicality. Everything is well structured in what we do and how we do it. So, if any of you wanted to do that amazing flight, most probably when we go into transmutation from another position with a mobile, those who've been with us, we ask you now, come back in, that we can bring you to Linz. So, most probably the first candidates will be around Germany, Austrians, and the French and the Italians. If you live in Rome, how fast we can bring you into Linz. It has less implication, political, border control and everything else, because you are free to travel and it allows us to test very fast. But we have not opened that channel yet till we finish this. So if you're Italians and you've been to the center and you went through the experience and you're still experiencing it, please sign again, and especially those who came second time, because we've seen a lot of changes in them in the report. So this is what will help us quite a lot to move very rapidly. And we just want a limited number of places, 30 to 50 people, no more. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. We will organize ourselves to a question from Italian knowledge seeker. She's quite new, and she just wanted to know, it's related to the guns. She wanted to know, she wants to spread the guns in the water, in the lakes, in the river, like we used to do. She asked which guns you suggest.
We usually do a CO2 answer there.
Mr. Keshe, and then if I speak too much, let me know about the fire.
You spoke too much
it's
already.
a big problem. Okay. Okay.
Come on, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, it was about the fire because, for example, I know a doctor who flies specially in Australia to work with burn patients every year, because the fire is a big problem in Australia, and I know it's a big problem in Italy and Portugal. But you say that with the CO2 system now, you will be able to stop the fire, not killing the people in the fire or animal or plants, but also will help to regrow faster the vegetable and the whatever was burned.
The test we did in Ghana and then a couple of other occasions shows us the burn recovery is much, much faster without any scars. We understand it why, but this is what you will see. Because you regenerate at the level of the cell energy plasma, so all the plasma stays in balance, so you don't see burn. When you see a burn, the scar on the skin is when the different energies have come into operation from the blood. That's the reason. When you use gases for burn, you don't see the marks, because you touch the soul of the cell, not the physicality of it, and the physicality is conditioned to what comes to it.
So if the fireman had the CO2, can they have the CO2 in their tanks?
Yeah, the special way we're producing CO2, because of the inside, so we have to do a lot of expansion on this. And it needs to be understood much more.
The forest will grow quicker.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yes.
Once you spray. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
You see, CO2 in a fire kills. CO2 in a plasmatic condition and at night is the life of the plant. That's the difference. The CO2 you produce is in a plasma state, CO2, but conversion to the matter. Any other question?
Yes, we have Ruthie here, so I think we want to hear from her. And Alexandra after that.
Hello.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Keshe, happy
Hi
birthday.
there. Thank you very much. What's the question from China?
China's question is, first of all, you said the fire burning for recovery from plasma. Can we do with this like scarves already very long time ago? Is that also find a way to handle it?
You mean the old scars from burning?
Yeah.
There depends how you use it. It can be done. Yes. It can be done.
It still have opportunity to done, right?
To change, yeah. Depends how it's done. It's like the amputation. If you have a fresh amputation, you can grow the leg. But if it's an old one, the brain cells are already disconnected or switched off. You have to switch. If you look at the horizontal unit, is for growing legs or whatever. Because if you look at it, we trigger the brain again for the cells which are switched off to switch on for them to start producing the cells in the or controlling the cells in the leg which is amputated. This is why I keep on in the few presentation explaining the horizontal is for regrowing of organs or whatever. If you got a transplant, need a transplant, damaged kidney, you go into the vertical, into horizontal system, and you can literally regenerate the cells of the kidney. Each enhancement unit is being built for a certain purpose. And yes, in certain ways, how we control the enhancement units, you can get rid of the scars from burning, or you can even, for example, change tattoos. It's all possible now. The knowledge is there.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. We want to know when you can send your spaceship to China.
There is no spaceship. We send the souls. We get your souls back. It's easier. The spaceship takes a lot of time to build.
So you mean when the mobile simulation started, you can do that, right?
Yes, it's quite possible. Yeah.
Yeah, is that possible? You can arrange for this test that Chinese to join this mobile test now, and so that because I'm already starting to broadcasting, and more people they never heard about Keshe technology starting to know this what we are doing the test. And they will ask.
We have a problem with the Chinese government. Most probably is if they like us to do that shit. The complication with this technology, it just starts, and that's why we did it this way. We opened it publicly. A lot of people get involved that the governments cannot shelve it. That was the whole purpose of it. Governments don't mind if you grow more carrots or get the cows sorted out, but they mind if their citizens get involved, where they go, what to do, what they might say. So that's why in Austria we do the transmutation in European nations, because we don't have that complication of visa and movement. So if once we start hitting the transmutation with Chinese, we need full understanding. You got to realize the implication of remote, what do you call it, transmutation. If you have a listening device and you know where a criminal is using a mobile phone, you don't need to go and look for it. You just dial the number and he's in your head. If you want to get a president who's criminal, you just need his telephone number while he's asleep, you catch him. And let his soul talk what is the criminality. Implications are huge, massive. Any other question?
Okay, I hope I find the first Chinese gonna to fly to Austria to attending the test.
I hope so. We'll see if the Austrians allow the Chinese to come in with the corona. Let's see what comes up. Now we are waiting. Please, as I said, come to Linz. We need to complete this 30 to 50 people. And then we need to have people who already been in and they can go through the next phase. We call it the test pilots. We need to do this test to pilot the system directly where it should be. Any other question?
Yes, we have several more hands up here. Alexander, you go next, and then Azar.
Bom dia, Alexandre de Brasil. Rafael, por favor, traduzir.
Have Rafael can help with that.
Oi, bom dia, Alexandre. Pode falar, por favor.
Bom dia, Rafael. Bom dia a todos. Bom dia, senhor Keshe. A minha pergunta é relacionada a algo que aconteceu recentemente comigo. Eu tenho os 5 copos. Dos 5 copos, 2 tiveram 2 trincas, que seria o copo da fisicalidade do homem e da inércia. Existe um significado e o porquê que isso acontece? É isso a minha pergunta, Rafael.
Foram o copo da inércia e o copo... Qual foi o outro copo que fez?
É o que vai em cima dele, que é seria o copo 2, se não fosse dos 5 copos.
So the question from Alexandre is regarding the 5 cups. So he said that he made the 5 cups, but he noticed that the first cup in the bottom and the second cup, they broke a little bit. And he's asking if this is normal, if there is any explanation for these cups to break.
Not really. Depends how they broke and where it was and what was in it.
Então, Rafael, simplesmente os copos estão no meu quarto, ok? De vez em quando eu montei no quarto o sistema de estrelar usando gás dinâmico. Não sei se de repente foi por isso. E quando aconteceu, nem percebi que aconteceu. Gradativamente começou a ficar molhado em volta dos copos. Depois que eu fui perceber que os copos estavam trincados, não quebrados. Começou a vazar um pouquinho de água, aí fui ver, era trinca exatamente nesses 2 copos.
Okay, so what Alexandre is saying that in reality the cups, they cracked a little bit, these two cups. And he said that in his room, he have the dynamic system that he made with the guns also. So he don't know that maybe the fields interact with the 5 cups and made these cracks in the 2 cups. But he don't understand.
The cups is, if you have impurities or bubbles or whatever, which absorb or hold different energy than the rest of the cup, you'll get these things. Depends on the impurity of the system, because it's energy. How much can they hold? If there is a metal in it, if it's something else in the cup, if you have a space gap like a bubble in it, you don't see the microscopic bubble, and it gathers energy. It's like you put on a heater, it just releases the energy. The energy allows this to crack.
Ok. E me permite mais uma pergunta? Rafael?
We'll make one more question. Is that okay, Mr. Keshe?
Yeah.
Okay. Sim, por favor, Alexandre.
Todos os sistemas de... não é transferência, né? Eu esqueci o termo que o Sr. Keshe falou, de você poder mover as coisas para um lado, para o outro, ou você mesmo. Vai ter alguma coisa que seria possível, de repente, participar pelo celular, ou tem que ser presencial mesmo?
Não, ele explicou que vai ser pelo celular, na verdade. Mas deixa eu passar para ele a pergunta, para ele poder esclarecer.
Okay.
So, the question from Alexandre is that if this process of transmutation will be possible to do through the cell phone or just by going through links to make this through the units to one to another?
At the moment, if you're doing it through links to complete the system for the mobile. You can book for the mobile, but you have to wait till we complete it. But we cannot complete it till we do this test in links first to complete the system.
Ok. Obrigado. Felicidades, Sr. Keshe. Obrigado, Rick, também pela oportunidade. Que Deus abençoe a todos.
So he's just saying, thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. Happy birthday, and thank you, Rick, also for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We have Azar next, and then Thomas.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Keshe, a few questions about emotion. You said many times the emotion is the key between the physicality and the soul. And if we understand this and be able to play with it, we can change our look, color, transmutation, transportation, anything we want, we can do through emotion. So one example, and then you said we already are doing it, but we don't pay attention to it. You made an example, say, so I bring 2 situations. Say you are a 12-year-old boy, and I come to you and I say, Mr. Keshe, you're very handsome. And then you blush, you become red. So there was an emotion there that automatically made you blush. So that was an emotion. That was some change in the body that changed your color.
That won't make me blush. That'll make me happy.
No, now you kind of made me forget my question. Now you're 21-year-old, and I come to you and I say, Mr. Keshe, you're very handsome. But this time you look at me straight in my eye and said, thank you very much, and you smile. So there was a shift here between you were 12 years old, now 21 years old. So was it better when you were 12 years old that you let your emotion automatically shows up, or the time you learned to control it?
I remember both of them, and the both were very pleasurable. But you have to understand what entails at that time and place and moment. Let me explain something which I explained quite some time ago, if we understand it. You talk about the emotion and blushing or being happy or whatever, because it's the interaction between the field of physicality and the soul of the soul, field of the soul of the man. And you blush, you might shy, you might get angry. Have you ever understood that the weather around the earth is that emotion of the earth on one part of it? Have you ever understood that the weather, we call it the weather, is the emotion of the planet at a given time and position and why? It's a psychosomatic reaction of its interaction of the field inside with its environment outside. The same with the earthquakes. The same with other things, geological exchanges or whatever we see in the oceans, with the rest of it. Was the earth angry when it was a storm, or was it then very shy and just rumbled if it was an earthquake? It's the same thing. It's manifestation of physicality in respect to interaction of the fields. Do we see the emotion of this planet on in its gaseous part as much as we see in its solid part, or in the water part, liquid part? Well, the answer is yes, but because we don't see anything, we got used to it. But when we change the condition of the atmosphere, would the Earth get still angry? We see such a huge changes in the planetary system. And to what extent? It's all respect to what energies we use, we consume, and how we allow the fields to interact.
Mr. Keshe, now, if since you're teaching, we come to the maturity. Like, for example, now I know when I am sitting in my seat of my soul, or I'm sitting at the seat of my physicality, and I see my emotion and I see my thoughts. So when you're sitting at the seat of the soul, is always the same, is always joyful, and it's just so different than seat of physicality. But then there is this, then you go through life very, like, you see life differently. I mean, but the only thing is, sometimes suddenly this emotion comes that gets you unexpected, that you have no idea where it comes from. But how this happen? Like, you think there's something catches you unexpectedly. I cannot figure out how this come about. I mean, how does it show up, this emotion, unexpectedly, without you understanding them? It feels like you're not in control of it, but I want to know, how does it show up? Is it my interaction with the rest of the environment, or is it part of me?
Combination of the three.
Okay.
One cannot be without the other one, and so it's the interaction of the three which gives the condition in what you observe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
If Thomas is next in line here.
Hello.
Can you speak, Thomas?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Barely. And there's an echo. Do you have speakers on?
No, I just okay, the speakers within my computer.
You have to bring them down a bit.
Just 1 second, please.
And increase your microphone if you can, because we can barely hear you.
You bridged it. It's bridged. You can hear it. Usually comes with a, oh, it's back up again. You got to go down. Yeah.
I just tried to change.
Okay, that's much better.
Is it much better now?
It's still too high. You have to bring it.
Still have an echo, but your microphone at least is better.
I just go and try to change something very briefly. Hello.
Yeah, we hear you. Try again.
I don't really hear.
Yeah, it's distorted now. So there's some other issue going on.
Is it now still distorted?
Now we can barely hear you again.
It's
Is your microphone plugged in all the way?
yes, because I'm back to using the microphone in my Apple.
Okay, well, we can hear you, I think. So just go ahead with that.
Okay, so first and most important, all the best for the new year in your life, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for everything you're doing. I have a very little question about the horizontal unit. One of the biggest problems for old people are the teeth. And is it possible to do something whenever this is available to us for the teeth in the horizontal unit?
Can you tell me what you mean?
You know, a lot of people lose teeth in the age when they are aging, or they have already lost all the teeth, and it's very uncomfortable for people, and it's one of the really big problems in care for old people. Is there anything the horizontal use will help for this problem?
You mean growth of the teeth?
Yes, for instance.
Yes, you have to go to Azar. She's a dentist.
Unfortunately, she is quite far away. No, I also go to the... No, but it just was a question, because you said that you can regrow if the connections in the brain are not yet all dead. Now for the teeth, it's maybe a little bit different than amputated or lost leg.
No, it's just a different process which our body is tuned for. We have to see why. I think you better switch something off. I can hear myself backing in. Why we grow one set of tooth. Why we can regenerate if you break a bone again and again. Where the structure in the body has set to not to reproduce. This question of the teeth has been around my neck from the beginning of the time when I started the technology. Can you do that? Can you make it grow? Can you make a system that it does? It can be done, but you have to understand the principle behind it, how it's done. And from the beginning of time, technology, this has been a question I always asked. Yes, it can be done, but you have to go to the root of the, what do you call, the growth of the tooth.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Would you like to take on a
question? Yeah, any other question?
A couple more questions in the Q&A here, perhaps you can help with. From Brazil, from JC, several questions actually.
Just ask one or two.
Okay. How to connect the soul of the body to the body, or sorry, let me start again. How to connect the soul of the body to the soul of man in an objective, direct, and linear way?
It's already connected, otherwise you don't exist. That it connects according to what it gives and what it has and what environment and it lives in or survives.
So maybe the question would be, how can we become more aware of that connection or make use of it?
It's development of this enhancement is part of it. Development of people. I don't know if you have anybody, it's what I call, you know, the way I put you on the spot last time. If we have any knowledge seekers who have been through the system and they would like to tell us what happened to them since they left the system. If any of them there wants to raise their hands up and discuss, because a lot of people don't want to be known they've been done what happened through the system. If any of the people been there and they tested it and what happened to them since then.
I know Stefania has talked about that and how she can instantly
anybody
go
else?
back to that.
Can I ask you something, Rick? You went through that test last week while you were online. What happened with you during the test? Did you feel anything? Did you have any interaction, self-understanding?
Well, I did actually. When you were directing our attention to, try visiting different locations, and then you mentioned the grandmother and the mother, I think, and then our grandfather actually came up. You suggested to visit your grandfather, and I tried that, but what came up instead was my father, and I got a strong impression or a visual image of my father, and in kind of a strange posture, a strange emotion. It's sort of it's called sheepishness, sort of that funny look of, I don't know, it's hard to describe, just it's a, kind of a strange emotion. And what I got from it actually, or what I sort of figured out is that because I went quite deep inside myself during that time somehow, and I described how I felt this sort of liquid around me and so on, and I felt like I was in the womb. Well, what it is, I think, is I connected with my father before I was born, and his emotion of finding out that his prized wife and lover is pregnant with the first baby. And this was, I don't know, a year and a half into the marriage or something. I think it took him for a bit of a shock, and he expected to spend more time with his lover and my mother before bringing the kids into the scene. So I think there is some question whether I would even be born at that time. And he had to go through an emotional response inside himself before he fully accepted me and, and loved me and so on. And as I was growing up and all that. But I know there was something there because I've experienced that when I got married and had a stepson and all of that. And I could feel that tug of emotions where you want to be with your lover, but yet the child is there as well, and that you've created, as So it's I'm sure many.
But have you had
go
any
through that.
experience since that time? Have you had any other experiences since last Wednesday?
Well, what I mentioned, I'd gotten hit with the fumes from gasoline and so on from my job, and that really sent me for a total loop. That was last Thursday, and I'm just recovering now. It's taken me a week to basically get my brain together from all that. So I had quite a shock at that point, and it was hard to make. I just totally lost my connection with everything at that point. I was at Thursday my time, which was after the workshop, and I slept for a few hours, and then I went to work, and I just got overexposed to gasoline fumes. And when that happens to me, like you were describing, suicidal and dark thoughts and all that kind of thing, my whole life collapses at that point, and anything I try will fail, and I get clumsy. I drop things left, right, and center, and normally I'm not so dropsy. And yeah, it's sort of a big collapse. Which you were mentioning the corona. Well, many of the symptoms that I get from both air pollution, from exhaust fumes basically, and from various solvents, and especially gasoline, which is one of the worst, they cross over with many of the symptoms of COVID, actually, and especially when you add in the suicidal thoughts that you mentioned. And if you look at one of the worst problems they have in northern communities in Canada, especially with the Aboriginal kids, is they sniff gasoline, and like they can't afford drugs basically, or it's just a cheap high, and they sniff gasoline, but it's hard on the brain. It really affects them, and they can lose touch with their emotions and become almost like a vegetable. Basically, you get amnesia, you lose touch with yourself, and they become suicidal. And suicide is one of the major problems that they have with the children, the Aboriginal children in northern communities. So there's a relationship there between the symptoms, let's say, of COVID, and some of that new variation that you mentioned of COVID that seems to affect the emotions more directly. So I'm hoping that through the knowledge you gain with the new variation, it'll also help with those that get under the influence of the fumes and solvents and other various things like that as well, which affects a lot of humans. So over 10 times more humans die from air pollution than from COVID. So it's a pretty big issue.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what we can bring in. But this is interesting to see what people, because we see a lot of people who go through the enhancement unit, they've been back for a second time. We see how they react second time, and they tell us what has happened to them since the first time, how things have changed in their life. This is important to us because we would like to know when we transmute people, what happened after to them. How do they change? If you travel through the enhancement unit with a problem you had with your son, or you had a problem as you had with your breathing or whatever, allergy, what happens to it? Has the condition changed with the son? Has the allergies changed? We are monitoring these things. This is part of the monitoring because it's what is going to happen. How would it facilitate? It's like if you, we notice how we accommodate people now in the exhibition center, in the flight zone. Before we used to hold people, we just behave like every other structure. We hold people on the top floor till the time is for them to go into the system. We used to bring them down. Within a few minutes, they'd do all the paperwork upstairs, and we used to put them in the flight system. And we noticed that when they go in, they're sitting, waiting there, hold this time to fly, you know, they just get excited, or they talk to others and they get a pre-mindset. And when they come in, we used to take them to, and this gives them like a shock. It's like a massive shock to the system. Now we bring people down half an hour before going through the test flight. They settle, they see people coming and going, they see somebody coming out of the room, somebody going, it just changes. And we get a better response. We get a better approach to the whole thing. And these are the things we see people who come the second time, how they have affected their lives. Some of them is fundamental, they say in a beautiful way. But now, when we transmute you from one to another, what's going to happen? What pains you release? Because we've seen a lot of people coming in with a lot of psychological pain, which manifests in the physical. When you, what do you call it, expand the fields of the soul for a flight, it does this cycle part in the brain, and then you see they don't have any somatic signs when they come out. And we're monitoring this, and people tell us different things, how they did, how they interacted with people inside, how they interacted with their family and the relationships. As a couple said, they have found a lost love. And he brought them very close to each other because he ignited a lot of things with the children. They disappeared, and now it's back and it's worse. So we want to know the progressive after time of the system, and how, when we start transmuting people, was the progressive after they left. It's not just a flight system. Did you have a cancer condition? Did you have another condition? I know one of the knowledge seekers on last Wednesday with Rick has shown different sides and different, what do you call it, dimensions. And she says she's coming to the testimonials to tell you what has happened. And what is the dimension of us to become a peaceful people? As we heard from one of the Italians, building a relationship with a brother lost for 20 years. This is the ultimate goal of the work of the change. Processing, evolving, elevating in that process. reaching to new dimensions. It's interesting, as I said before in one of the chats, if you were with us in the first 3-4 weeks, was different than the last 2 weeks. And the last 2 weeks is, as we just talked about, the interaction of the soul of the physicality and the soul of the man. Very interesting situation, which is part of what we wanted to develop. Now we achieved it. Is, as I said in one of the talks, is you come in, you sit in the system, and we asked you many questions. And what we talked about, interaction of the soul of the man with the soul of physicality, which gives us what we call emotion. Emotion can be in any sense of smell, laugh, joy, whatever. And creating psychosomatic emotion like a smell is a very difficult job. If you tell people, they say it's impossibility. So what was interesting with us in the last 2 weeks is people who go through the system, they are telling us they can smell. So we have managed to confirm in a way that we have created the soul of physicality, if you call it, in interaction with the soul of the man, that from the environment we can smell. With joy we had, touch we know it, but smell is something different. Taste is something different. And in a new enhancement unit, we have achieved this in the past 2 weeks. People tell us that they came from, they were born in Tibet, left Tibet, and the lady said, I could smell the water from the rivers of Tibet because I was standing on 2 water passing like it was on a bridge, and I could smell the water. We had people this week who have said the same thing, and we had other people who now tell us that we have managed to create a condition that we can even interact with the smell. And we can interact with the taste. We interact with how maybe you didn't like, let's say, cheese. Now you love cheese because the interaction is to satisfy why you didn't like cheese, what was it? So it's very deep, the work of this process. And smell is something which is a non-tangible essence, and we can replicate, we can transfer it, we can produce it, you produce it in the system, which means we manage to bring a system which is soul of physicality and the soul of man interact, and we have an input into it that we allow it to exist within each other. This actually proves in a very solid way when we say that the soul of physicality envelops the man. Now you smell the same as you do in the dream. In the dreams you smell fire or you smell a flower. Now this could be replicated. Now the system proves to be correct. Emotion into senses. Why do we become allergic to something with the smells or with people? Now we can enhance it and remedy it in a way from what was causing the reaction. We process the bomb. Any other question?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. This is Jaco from Switzerland. I had a problem in my youth time at school. A colleague came with a bottle and he says, "This smells very nice, you have to try." So I tried, I took a deep breath, and it was ammoniac. And this burned something in my nose that the basics I did smell still, but a lot of finenesses like flowers or the smell of the lake was gone, was completely gone. I didn't smell it anymore. And since I was in the system in Linz, the second week then, it came back again. And now, last week I was in Montreux, and the smell of the water, the flowers, walking the shoreline, and even the gases from the ships, I smelled again. And this was a very big change.
So, in a way, it's reset.
Yes, definitely.
How long were you not be able to smell?
40 years, approximately.
How does it feel?
Wonderful. It's undescribable when you walk the road and you smell the flowers again. It's unbelievable. And it is definitely since I was in the system. Then it started. I noticed when I get back to the hotel, and it was more and more. And now it's wonderful. I enjoy it very much.
Welcome to life.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We see this quite a lot with the changes people have in their life in the past 4 weeks. And we see this with a lot of people with a COVID, which they lose their smell. And it can be done. It's with the taste, it's with love, it's with anything to do with creating emotion. This is what I said, when your soul expands, it balances the cells which are unbalanced. And even the emotion conversion. We know this knowledge for over 10 years more. Because I realize we interact with the smell and taste through the system. When we had, I think he's a knowledge seeker, you still hear him somewhere in the background sometimes. He's a Pakistani origin from outside Birmingham. He went paralyzed at the age of 19 from the upper spine, neck. And with the news of his father dead, and he was in a wheelchair. He was brought to us around the age of 43, 44, that age. He came in with his children and grandchildren. But to overcome the pains of the paralysis and the rest, he took to cocaine, not cocaine, weed, marijuana, and to subside the pains of it. And when he went through using the system the first day, he called back the next day and he said, Mr. Keshe, I have a problem. Weed and cigarettes, which have been the only thing comforting me, now I touch the smells of manure. I can't even put them to my mouth. But the thing is, I don't have the pains anymore. This is the strangest thing. Without touching weed to kill the pain, I don't have no pain either, but everything tastes and smells like manure. I can't bring it anywhere near to me. And we realize we can interfere with the emotion and with this, because in a way, he saw these things as a byproduct of the pain of the loss. He didn't want to be addicted to these things, but with the pain of the paralysis, now he was changing, he didn't need it. And then a few months later, I remember when he came in with in a minibus from Birmingham to Belgium with his family in it. It was a people carrier that came in. And he was put in a wheelchair out of the car. They all came to see what happens to the grandpa and the father. And 2-3 months later, he flew into to Belgium. And we have videos of him walking in. After 20-odd years, he could walk. But the most interesting was we could smell the manure. So we knew we can interfere with the emotion of the smell. And now you are one of them who has been, and that's nice to hear. It's fantastic to hear.
Yes, and what I also can say is that the connection is constant now. It's a fixed connection. It's not interrupting anymore.
What do you mean by that?
That means that I have this feeling. I call it a Markgraf pressure condition in my head, and that was when I was in the system. It was also when I start using the Markgrafs in my car and at home, and now it is constant. Before it went away in between, but now it stays.
It's become part of life.
Yes. And what I also can say is all the Ganses, I think this is from the beginning, when we made the first cups together and the first Ganses 7 years ago, the body starts to balance on the skin, inside of the body. It's all balancing. And my feeling says that if a body is balanced, there is no possibility for a disease.
That's usual.
Because I was with colleagues or people together who had COVID, and it never catched me. It feels like a protection. I don't know if it was lucky but yeah, other people who were at the same position, they catched it. They had it.
Let me tell you something very interesting. I want to extend on what you said. Today is the 4th. On Saturday, Sunday, a 5-year restriction on the false accusation by the Belgian government on new finishes. And Keshe Foundation will launch a massive medical teachings around the world. The fake case had a 5-year restriction on it, which finishes this week. And we can bring a lot of changes. We open a lot of health data, which has been there. Part of it is stolen when we kicked the Belgium out, and it's in the documents. But interesting when you say it balances, it stays, and it stays a long time. We had a Dutch gentleman who was multiple cancer, prostate with the hips. His love was to sit on the horse. He couldn't sit anymore because he could break his hip because of the, what do we call it, porousness of the hip bone, and a lot of other things. Wealthy Dutch pig farmer. And I just saw him by coincidence. I remember I met him at by the cathedral in Brussels, at that time with Dirk. And he said, I have all the wealth in the world I want, but I'm dying of the cancer. Mm-hmm. And I said, we have not much experiences. I'm your guinea pig. Do whatever you want. At that time, we understood very little about the effect of the soul and everything. Anyway, he went to the point that the doctors could not understand why his cancer was not going anywhere. And he stopped in a way. And when they took the MRI from his hip bone, he was stronger than before he had the cancer, because we started growing the cells on the bone, the holes where it bridges, like when you break your bone, you get a calcification to strengthen to bridge it. And he went enjoying going horse riding, because he used to horse ride with a young lady, which he used to enjoy, and he couldn't do it. And his way was to walk with the horse, holding the leash of the horse, the hand when the lady was on the horse. And now he went back to horse riding. And he said to his children, what I received from the Keshe Foundation, I don't have to worry about it anymore. The only thing is going to kill me is if a double-decker bus hits me. And strangely enough, something happened to him, and he had to go back to the hospital, and he received the wrong injection, and he died of it. 6 months, a year later. And it was very strange emotion, for a life you save has to go down with an accident somewhere else. I met this guy just before I leave for my first trip to Tehran. And goes in a very deep way that the change is, once you go through it, is permanent.
Yes.
After next week, I unleash the knowledge of the medical application. After the 7th of August, it's a 5-year ban. We had to keep ourselves safe from this hooligan nation of Belgium. Damn the nation. How many people have suffered and how many families have lost their loved ones? Cursed on this nation. The only nation which never would allow to go and pass any limitation of the humanity. We always need to keep a sign of what we call the worst for others to remember. After next week, we start unleashing the knowledge of the plasma technology in what we call the process of life. And then you will see the marvels of this technology in what I call improving one's life.
You know, for years, I'm thinking every week, there cannot become more. It's not possible. So many things came, and still, it's always a miracle still to see what happens and what comes.
It is there. We had to protect the foundation, and we unleash the knowledge of the what we call processing of the Keshe Foundation.
Yes.
I kept away from it to keep myself alive, and we saw how it touched many people. I have to listen to many people suffer with different things. Having the knowledge was the biggest pain. Seeing a father losing a son, the child dying in front of a father, where the knowledge is in our palm of our hand, and we could not do. I go back in teaching the health application in a very strict way, but I'll change the world of science of medicine in the coming weeks. 5 years of restriction by court in Belgium to keep the foundation floating was kept up. I take the love of God from this nation. And you know what happened to the Jews? Let's see what comes in centuries with this. Even though I have a blood blue.
I have a question.
They cause so much pain. Yes. I watch many people losing their families, loved ones, where we have the knowledge. Nation of pedophiles, abusers, and everything else. And we were embedded and infiltrated directly within it. As I said in the last teaching, I would release for you as knowledge seekers to know how and the way we were being infiltrated by pedophiles, because the biggest pedophile family was sitting without us knowing within the foundation, with court cases, prison sentences, and it's still going on abusing young boys. And now you know why, how much we have, and I'm so glad I have finished with this. And I'm so glad the foundation can exist without it. Don't look for the name, look for another name in Flanders, you'll find out. One of the first and biggest families in pedophilia was sitting within the Keshe Foundation. And the way they used it by the king was they had a ransom. They took to ransom. Prison sentences. And the documents are still within the police of Belgium. Because it's so deep, after 40 years, 50 years, they start keeping it because the family is still on it.
The question I have is, what happens to the souls who refuse to accept the technology or the changes?
That's their property. That's
yes.
property.
So they are allowed to suffer more.
They don't suffer. They learn from, they elevate through.
Yes, we the Dutch group, we try to come in September.
You have to book now. Please go straight away, because we don't want to carry on for months with this just because we get paid. We want to finish it very rapidly in September, October. And it's not like the first time we gave you half an hour to expand the soul, to bring it to the right position, to be able to transmute it. And then when we transmute it, to solidify it, it takes time.
I noticed on Wednesday it was much better somehow.
What do you mean?
With the mobile system, we tested it, Rick's group.
Yeah,
it was different.
Yeah, because it's elevated. You got to understand that the Keshe Foundation team in the background developing this technology literally works holidays. They were off this week. They came on Monday to put things in on Tuesday. You understand?
Yeah. I understand.
You have the most beautiful team working with Klaus. We have a wonderful working team working in Tehran. It's not one system. We have the most beautiful team in one of our research centers. Some of them are there to do, and the technology is literally changes hour by hour. And I'm sure by September, the system will be far ahead of what even we have developed today. At the moment, when you come into the system, a lot of you don't observe things. There are literally two different systems. One is gravitational and one is the human life. In the new system getting developed, hopefully might be ready for September, October, is one unit doing both. Both units sustaining life and gravity, which is unique. It becomes a planetary system. And then we have, again, as you see now, you have two systems which transfer fields across and maintains position. In the new system, it becomes like a twinity system with sustained life. If we find what we call the soul of the twin system of the Earth, we'll find in it life the same as Earth. That's guaranteed. If mankind is looking for a similar planetary system as Earth that contains life, you will find that within the twin system of the solar system of ours. And we do the same thing in the new systems in the enhancement unit. The new twin system is set to do that. When you come in September, maybe you still see it. But when you come around October, November, you'll see 4 units in the system. And then we start a system very much like a solar system, a galaxy system in the fall. Allows us to transmit you to different positions in the universe.
Wonderful.
You've been there, you know it works.
Yes. And I also had the experience in my life. I was a few months together with my soul twin, and this connection, this alloy that happens, we couldn't continue then, so we had to split, and it took me many months to process it for myself. And now it feels like you're coming home and you can leave it as it is, and it is something you cannot describe with words. So we really see forward to come. We try to come together as a Dutch group, Galip and Francine and Fried. We try to do our best to come together.
Yes, it'll be fantastic. Galip is still in Austria. He's come back here to support, to help us with anything.
He made a nice group, the Flying Dutchman and woman. So we're together in contact and exchanging all the time. It's wonderful.
Yeah. Please book us straight away, because I love the Dutch mentality. And the way you look at things, it brings a new insight into our work.
Thank you.
And as you know, I'm a child of Philips, as I always say.
Yes.
It rubs some of the machines. The beauty with the whole structure is to be able to deliver a complete cycle, not just the physicality, it's the emotion.
Yes.
It's when you say met with the twin soul, it is where subconsciously or consciously it's always been there, not satisfied.
Yes. Yes, I knew it all my life that it would happen. I didn't know when or where. In the later time, I knew even where, because I felt it when I was in the area. And then when it happened, it was bam, and it was there. It was very clear from the first moment. And this was the same with the system.
Yeah, it is connecting and building up. These are the testimonials we are looking for. It is not preset. You're there, you happen to be there, and you can explain it. And it brings a lot of joy to people.
Oh, yes.
It's amazing when I heard about the Italian lady, when I hear about people who built bridges of years of hate and discomfort becomes pleasure to be with. A lot of missing time, children who were looking for their father from when they were young, now they find the father. They know physicality is not there, but the soul is there. And a lot of pain. This is the beauty of the knowledge. And when you share it freely, it's amazing what it is, how it can be done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please book, because I love to have the mentality of the feeling of the Dutch in this system. It brings a lot of freedom. This is the way you've been brought up. To you is natural, but it doesn't exist in other people and other, what do you call it, cultures and understanding. And we need to embed it. The freedom of the soul, as you carry in Holland and in Dutch. Any other questions?
Okay, well, we have one more hand up with Salamia here, and perhaps one more question in YouTube.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. I'd like just to have a little testimonial, because my friend in from Romania sent me the registration from last plasma reactor group when Mr. Keshe came, and he asked me to listen to this. And I listened, and I tried to feel it. And after 20-30 minutes, I feel very, very well after being connected with this registration video, which had all the informations, and I don't know what had in between the emotions. And thank you very much, because I had pain on my left leg. And after going out from my body, I have seen my electrical body, and I have seen here on my left leg a lot of lights. In the middle of my body, it was black, but starting from my chest and on my heart, on my throat, on my front, and on my head, it was lights, shining lights. So I have seen my body laying on my bed, and after I realized that my body was not from flesh. It was only an electric body. I mean, maybe it was a plasmatic body, and seeing only this light. And after 30 minutes, I was feeling very, very well. I didn't feel any pain. And thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. I wanted you to understand that our friend from Romania, Dan Balish, asked me to do this experiment after, and I wanted to share with you because it was amazing for him, also amazing for me, and it's just lovely that we can be in contact at emotional level with fly system, even at distance, if we are able to do it, if we are able to understand gamma rays, gamma, the state of consciousness, gamma, alpha, beta, theta, delta. I think that this is a secret. If you can understand this radiation, and your body will radiate, you can fly, and you can go anywhere at an instant, everywhere, at the more than speed of light. But this is my understanding. I hope I am correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Rick, would you like to change your screen? Any other question?
Oh, okay, thank you. How that came up. All right. Perhaps one more question from Hassan in the YouTube, who is asking, he says, "Good day, Mr. Keshe. When the soul shows itself to you, how do you position yourself according to the others for you not to harm without knowing? I'm trying to understand the details to be more careful."
When a soul manifests itself to you, you're already there not to be harmful. You cannot damage a soul. The soul always takes its position. A soul always sets to see, but you are witness to conditions, but not to harm. I hope our knowledge seeker doesn't mind that we don't release a name, but he was on the line telling me something past recent, that he feels, or the way they feel things is different than before. We interact with more care, we interact with more love, we interact with different touch, because souls cannot harm each other. And this psychosomatic manifests itself in our life. This psychosomatic condition is when you get in touch with another soul, or you have been given access to another soul, is you're safe. You can do. And sometimes we witness, sometimes we are part of, we think we harm, but in a way, we see the steps of the opening in another dimension. So when you see a soul, when you are interacting with another soul interacts with you, is already pre-agreed by the law of the plasma powder field of the universe. You cannot harm not yourself nor them, but you can be witness to a process which the interaction of the souls explain to you in that dimension. You see somebody get killed, you see an accident, you see somebody falling off a cliff, you see cutting yourself or somebody cut themselves. These are not, you are witness to a process of the interaction of the fields, which happens in the dimension of the soul. Or you are there to see it, that you become witness to it. And we should not be worried about these things much, as the life takes its own process and we learn from it, we elevate from it. It's part of the process of learning and elevating our own soul to a point that we become the givers and takers. Any more?
One technical question from Gigi in YouTube. Does it have to be an Apple phone? Can I use a Chinese phone?
The reason I was pushing for the Apple phone is that we get no losses and no interference. Apple has created a perfect stereo system. As I said, if you put a music on and you can hear it through your soul, and vibration of the fields in the brain, not through your ear, is good enough. But we tested some of you in that test last week. Listen to it through, what do you call it, laptop or a computer.
And Cristiano from Brazilian community asks, will it be possible to make this transmutation without using the telephone? Or will we do it through the soul as well?
In the future, yes. As we learn more, yes. This is something very nice. It's come just as a testimonial. I read it for you. It just came through one of our channels. It's on Keshe Foundation store. I read it to somebody who's been through, I don't know who it is. I am not privy to the name of the person. It says, after I moved to the second chair, I felt the soul of my daughter. We got together and we were connected. My soul with my daughter's soul were connected with a pink ribbon that later became red. I felt energy through my body. After I moved to the third seat, I felt sadness because of the soul of my husband. I felt his soul. After that, I felt harmony, and with every change of the seat, I felt more and more in harmony. However, all the time I was with tears in my eyes. I did not want to go to the moon. This is why when you're in the system, we ask if you want to go anywhere, people refuse. And the beauty of it is that we find the inner peace. And when I read this, it's emotionally beautiful in what people achieve through the being in the center. but to me, a confirmation of the envelope we are looking for, that we can transmute. Do we need to transmute you to the other system if your soul wants to be with your daughter in New York, or your soul wants to be with your loved one, mother or grandmother who passed years ago? In the structure of the new Flight Enhancement Center, we provide a facility. You are the pilot. You decide where that ship, which is your soul, takes you. We prefer you to land in our side where we did that we have monitored. But what we do if you decide to visit your loved ones or go somewhere else, and when we call you back in a time given, you come back in the system. In this process of the transmutation in the system, the other side you visit will confirm your citation in most cases. Which means if you go to somewhere your grandchild or your grandmother lives and you haven't seen for 20 years, they'll confirm your citation, that you've been there. They've seen you, they've talked with you, and they felt you. This is what we are looking in this new evolution of the next 30, 50 people. We guide the system, but at the end, if you read from the beginning, you are the captain. Many people go in the flight system, don't want to fly. They want to go where they want to go. They want to see their daughter, their grandchildren. As we had with a guy 2 or 3 weeks ago. He wanted to feel his grandchildren in Paris. That was the only reason he came. And many people don't want to take the Queen. I mean, I don't want to go to them. I don't want to go to England. I don't want to go to somewhere else, but I want to go to that place. And you go. You get that freedom. And then once you learn it, as many knowledge sets, we connect to the system and we go where we want, or we get what we want, or we find the peace we are looking for. The Enhancement Center unit in Lens will become the focal point, the first system which connects humanity through the soul. Does not matter the dimension of time, space, and place. Those who lived before us, those who live with us, and those who come in the future as part of us. None of you has started that phase to see through this, but the souls of the universe and the souls to be created have planned for humanity. It's not foretelling, it's understanding the structure. Because we are all connected through one common soul of the Creator. It's interesting what this took. And as I always say, if you come in and we can't do, you don't feel anything, come for a second time. Let's have a look. You test it. And we have never failed up. It needs time for the soul to mature. And I would love to see if in the process of the transmutation, some of you will not turn up in the other system. I know the souls which are not from this planet will come. We'll see them. Because through it, they have found the solution to be in touch, be part of the society they came originally from. We got to learn a lot, all of us. Any other question?
We've got one question in YouTube from 777 Paulina. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. With the gas unit, if it is placed in the middle of a farm patch, will it benefit the plants, or will it be better to spray it on or add it through the fertilizer irrigation system?
No, it will do. You need to create a condition of flow. If you understand, you need to create that gradient, the one going to the other, to cover the field. The best is to place in a position or to cover one end of the field to the other. It works up to 2 kilometers. We know that. Put it aside, we measure 2 kilometers, we haven't gone 3 or 4, so we say 2 kilometers will work. If you buy a system for farming, tell us beforehand, because we'll add additional thing to the system which will become helping you with the growth of the agriculture. We developed this, so it will be marketed very soon. It's not something new. Because we know farmers get disenchanted, or they get fed up by watering the gases, or where the harvest is good when you put it in. And when it's good when it's 5 or 10 centimeters, when you go to a half a meter trying to get this huge machinery over them or watering them is God's job, and they give up. This new system with the gas and with the system we embed in it is a solution for covering. In the future, it'll be satellite job. If you buy 2 systems or even 4 systems to cover center of each farm, the way we tested and we know is this: if it is very easy. When you have a field like this, if you put a system here and system here, you cover this. If you do this, you cover this. And you see the change in the growth respectively. Or, I don't know if you can reach the center of your farm, go on here and move this around. This system, if you tell us using it for farming, we accommodate a different process for it that it works 24 hours a day. It replaces the watering, it replaces the gas production, heavy jobs that we used to produce. Any other?
Well, we had one question from Lissy in our Q&A here, who says, can we and should we solve some problems that our ancestors had, such as some premature death of the parents, which caused orphanhood, or perhaps even the negative influence in the current life, or how to do it?
No, we cannot change the past. We are made of it. If you want to change the past, then you can see how many children are born from that life, and then how when things happen, you can't change. You can change the condition of now, that the future will change, but you cannot go and change the past.
Okay, thank you.
Just wait 1 second, please. I have to stay up. Just 1 second. necessary. I just had to check. Our knowledge seekers are listening to the teaching. That if we were going to show you something, if it was ready, not yet, maybe next week. Any other question?
I think you've pretty much covered it today, Mr. Keshe. There was one comment, Mr. Keshe, from M. Vilken in YouTube. Would be good to put together priest, a rabbi, and the mufti. We'll see what happened. We may bring the peace on the planet Earth.
Oh, bring the souls, forget about their physicality. It's just the way it is, the way it works with these people. Anyway, thank you very much for today. I hope you had a true blueprint day in many senses or essence of the work. We would like you please to book in for the flight system, and then we complete our process. We complete the process that we can test with and compare. And if we get it right, the next process for all of you will be how we can travel the spans of the planet and the universe. And the most important thing for all of us is what I call the gas unit. Now you know what's the purpose and how it will change for us, all of us. And it's there to bring us unless we are there for economical use. And then that's a different thing. We still do our job in the background. Thank you very much for today, Rick. And thank you very much for all your greetings. The man is getting old, but the brain still works, which is a good part.
So far, so good, yes.
So far, so good. This time was a very harsh time, as I always said. But at least we're getting to somewhere concluding what we call the final chapter. Thank you very much. And hopefully see you next week.
Thank you for all your work, Mr. Keshe, and unrelentingly for so many years, or perhaps many millennia. In any case, thank you. And thanks to everyone for attending today's 444th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 4th, 2022. And our next public teaching workshop will be, let's make sure I get the date right, the Testimonials meeting, which will be on Monday, August 8th. That starts at 8 p.m. Central European time. And people are welcome to bring their testimonials into that meeting. It's an excellent opportunity to fulfill your obligation as a knowledge seeker, to share your knowledge and spread the testimonials of the plasma technology. So please do so, and we hope to hear from some of the knowledge seekers that may have been in the units in Linz as well. Okay, I think that's all I can give out for now. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. And we're going to go out with the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit music version. And I hope you enjoy your day for the rest of your day. Bye for now.